Hey guys, welcome to Moving on TV and welcome to the Awakening 125. 125, God, this neck. The pain body, It's always in the neck and shoulders with me. Don't know about you guys. And essential symptoms at the moment in the throat chakra and the neck and the shoulders. Could be because I'm singing too much, but I'm happy. And I think the reason I'm happy is because I'm sharing. And I think today I want to talk about sharing. I think sharing is a big one for me. And I think the reason I had such a difficult childhood in Israel was because I was a child that wouldn't share. And I remember one of the first incidents that happened to me when I was a kid. And I had this little skirt, like this little ladybird skirt. And I remember Mama bought it for me. It was my favorite. And we went to Israel. Couldn't find it anywhere. One day I went on the beach. I'll never forget it. Because there is a point to this. Went on the beach. And there was this little girl wearing my ladybird skirt. Can you believe it? My special Dublin little skirt. Anyway, I couldn't cope with it. And it's like, I want my skirt back. And Mummy, can you do something? And of course, my mum went up to this person. She said, where did you find that? And she said, oh, I found it on the beach. Someone left it. And I said, that's my daughter's. And it was my skirt. It was obvious because it was from Dublin, Anyway, I was all angry. I want my skirt back and all my skirt back. Mum got me my skirt back and that was the end of it. Now, retrospectively, if that was Lauren today, I would have gone up to that child and I would have made a friend. I would have shared my skirt with that other little girl, the same way as I'm sharing Moving on TV with all of you guys. I'm sharing. And the more I feel about it, the more I think about how can I share everything with you guys? How can I share the fun? How can I share the music? How can I share the programs? How can I share? And the more it's getting exciting. I think I should do a competition on what wig you prefer. What wig should Lauren wear for a whole week? Just stick to one wig. Let's do a competition. I can feel that coming on, and when you subscribe, you get to enter a competition called What Wig Should Lauren Wear for a Whole Week? Just to get me to stick to one wig for 1 week. And then, I know this one will probably come out tops because I look like Anna Brown. Honestly, and it makes me look 20 years old. I love it. Even my sister said I look stunning in it. So I must do. Anyway, who doesn't want to have long blonde locks like this? Not frizzy, just wavy. Anyway, I'm in a really good place. I was singing till 9 a.m. in the morning on Jukebox, Moving on TV Jukebox. So Moving on TV has now created a radio station. And we're going to put out original singers and songwriters. You can come on, do your own shows. But ideally, I want you to film it or just send me links and I'll do it for you because I love it. I love it. For years, you see, this is the thing about the world. The world doesn't share. And that's why I never had any work. That's why I could never do anything with my life. That's why I got depressed, because even community radio wouldn't put me on, honestly, because I wanted to do a show called Hope with Lauren, all about mental health recovery, and they wouldn't put me on my local radio. And that is shame on you, Chiltern FM, shame on you, Marlow FM. They wouldn't put me on, so they wouldn't share. So now, Moving on TV, I do whatever I want, and I share it with everyone. And, that's what I wanted to say on this awakening. So share your talent, share your gifts, because, I've taken money out of the equation altogether. This is bartering. bartering, because when you come on, you bring people on and you share and we grow and yada yada. And we're getting out there anyway, and I'm very, very grateful, and I'm happy. Money. Now, another thing I want to talk to you about is, which is following from yesterday, is letting go of victimhood. You know, the thing is, I have got universal credit and I have got mentorship for free, thanks to that. And there's some amazing things happening out there, and you guys can go out there and discover set your dream. And if you can't, come to me and I'll help you set your dream and go out there and achieve it, because there is nothing that can stop you now from achieving your dream. We are living in total manifestation times. We are living now in grabbing the world, because this is the ascension, and you should know what your dream is. And look at me. People were saying this to me for years and years and years. Lauren, why are you not doing what you love? What's wrong with you? What's holding you back? And it was always worry, money. And I'm not being narcissistic here. I'm putting myself in a lot of people's shoes, and I know that they have nothing. So I just have a sum that's coming in from universal credit, and that's it really. I'm just managing. I don't have a home. I'm being evicted. Do you see what I mean? I'm not. You guys can do what I'm doing, either with me or on your own. And it doesn't cost anything. Moving on TV is a YouTube channel that costs nothing. Nothing. It doesn't cost anything, okay? And I'm getting donations, bits of donations, so I can buy food and stuff, and I'm surviving. And I'm saying to you that if you want to do something with your life, or you need to go out there and get money, then there are ways. And the way I'm doing it is I'm just Googling and brainstorming and writing and visualizing and visualizing and visualizing towards the future of moving on TV, being on the box in front of everyone, because that's my big dream. The big dream is moving on TV will be on that box in front of everyone. It's everyone's TV station, positive, inspiring. And the awakening is all about this. So today I'm talking to the people that don't know how to get universal credit, or the government owes you for all of this mess. So you need to contact Citizens Advice Bureau. There's only so much I can do for you, because I need to move on with me, but I am carrying you all with me. Today, someone got royalties, and I was so excited about that. Messengers of Light. We got a donation from a wonderful lady who she actually gave us, well, I think I know who she is, because, yeah, I'm not going to say it's anonymous. Obviously, I can't tell you here. But the money, I was able to give royalties to someone who wrote the music for Messengers of Light. So, you know, this is happening. I share because I'm loyal. I'm loyal. And if I think you're talented, my God, I'll push you. And it's unusual for me because I've let go of the ego. If you knew me years ago, I'm going to have some of my chocolate oats with green juice, spirulina, vitamin C, vitamin D, and magnesium. Cheers. If you knew me years ago, they used to call me the ego has landed. Ask people. I would turn up as, oh God, here she is, and she takes over, and that's it. It's all about Lauren and the show and nothing else. Now it's about people. You guys matter. You guys matter. Your talents, and you getting paid, because if I go out there with mentorship and I get money, I will make sure that you're paid, every single one of you. I'm working on a massive project called I've Got Life, and those of you who are involved know what it is. And I've got mentorship for a whole year for moving on TV and moving on theatre. Someone said to me once, someone very wise, who is involved with moving on TV and is a songwriter and entitled to royalties, because people give their talents, so they're entitled to something back, regardless. Everyone is. Anyway, they said to me, why don't you combine moving on TV and moving on theatre in order to create something? And that's what I'm doing. And the lockdown, the fact that there's no theatres has created that bond. And I've Got Life is huge. I'm not going to tell you what the project is. It's huge. And it incorporates me and other songwriters and performers, and it's huge. And I'm not, as I say, going to say what it is. And let me turn this off. I'm not going to say what it is because that's my dream, and you do not tell anybody until you're actually there. But I've got mentorship for a year, and that's going to make it happen. And at some point, the big dream is Encounters, the musical, and all of you that are moving on TV, all the songwriters, everybody who's come on moving on TV and who is loyal to me, I am sharing. And that's the Awakening 125 today. It's about sharing. So if money, passive income turns up in your PayPal account, just take it and be grateful for your talents and be grateful for the fact that I work 24 hours a day for all of us, because I love everyone and I want you all to get what is due to you, regardless of ego and regardless of whether we've fallen out. I don't care. If people are moving on to you and something comes in for that particular program that they have done the music for or they're on, and they've given their heart and soul. I gave royalties to the writer, the guy who wrote the music for Messengers of Light, and also did a massive shamanism meditation for all of us for free. That deserves to be paid. That's it. As far as I'm concerned, this person has got royalties. And anybody else who comes on and is part of a program, and if royalties come in for that particular program or whatever, they will get royalties. Royalties is your God-given right. It's passive income, and you don't know what you're going to get. And I don't care about the fact that with people, because this is not about ego. This is about celebrating. This is about honoring your talents. And I am humble to the talents of this person who I gave royalties to. I am humble to their talents, to their healing capabilities. I am humble to the amount of work they did to support moving on TV until we fell out, unfortunately. And now it's my job as well to make sure that they're taken care of, because everyone who's on this channel, everyone who has been loyal, people like Stuart Thomas, people like Jacob Creswick, who set up Moving on TV, who really doesn't need my money, who started with me and now has got a conglomerate where he wants to charge me £40 an hour to edit. So Jacob doesn't need my money. But anyone who's come on here, the guys from Encounters, I am taking care of you. I am the mother hen now, the patron saint, earth angel, dust, of the ascension of anyone who's talented and anyone who cannot express themselves. I've got a beautiful new woman coming, a beautiful new presenter coming on to I've Got Life with me this weekend, Gina, hopefully, and she's going to be interviewing someone who's going to do tapping, EFT tapping. Shall we do some? Okay, I've got a lot going on here, I suppose because I'm singing all the time and I love it, but it's going on here. A lot of communication is coming through, and I'm doing a lot of meditation. I've got this wonderful, wonderful app called Envision. You can get it, it's free. My Dominion angel recommended it to me because it focuses your mind and you will see your dream. And then you could do loads of courses for free, But if you want to join, it's £11 a month, I think, or £10 a month. And you get loads of courses. And today I was doing gratitude. I was doing creating the best me. And I'm envisioning my dream. The big, big dream is to get Moving on TV on the box, to get Encounters touring, to have this beautiful home surrounded by friends and loved ones where we make all the rules, where there are no lockdowns, where there's a theatre, a TV station, dancing, sound, music, positive stuff going on all day, people dancing and singing and everything that you can think of, and they live around it, and it's like a miracle. And I will get there if I stay focused, because I know there's millions of you that want the same thing, but you have to have the steps to grow. And so every single day I get up now, and when I get this idea, I've got to do a program about pets. Do you have a pet? Do you want to do your own show about pets? Because Peace and Ellie keep banging me on the head for someone to host a program about cats and dogs and pets. So get back to me, contact me at movingontv1@gmail.com. People are starting to get in touch with me through going on Charlie Ward and, you know, getting lots of great stuff happening. So let's do some tapping on ascension symptoms. Mine are stuck here in the throat. So what we do is, even though I have this block in my throat, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I have this block in my throat, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I have this really difficult block in my throat and my neck and my shoulders, I deeply love and accept myself. This block in my throat, 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 it stops me from self. It makes me feel like there's something stuck in my throat all the time. It makes it hard for me to swallow food. It makes it hard for me to swallow. This block in my throat, this block in my throat, this block in my throat. You start to calm down. This block in my throat, this block in my throat. Watch Brad Yates on Messengers of Light. He does a whole session with you about earning money, spiritual money, earning money spiritually. This block in my throat, this block in my throat, this block in my throat, this block in my throat. You don't even have to say it aloud. You know what the intention is, and it's going down. And it will shift. It will shift to another part of the body. Thank God. If it didn't shift, that would be sad and that would be difficult. Why isn't it shifting? Even though I have this block in my throat, I deeply love and accept myself. Okay? Take a deep breath in and relax. In the next few weeks, I'm going to tell you about Mark Halbert. Hopefully, I'm going to bring him on, who is a spiritual healer, who is teaching me how to release cords, how to burn them, how to unplug them, and how to get rid of them in order to move on. Energetic connections that we don't need, that are not serving us. So hopefully I'll get him on to Messengers of Light, and you can watch him, but watch David Elam's. If you're connected to autism, or if you've got anything to do with it, David Elam's is an amazing messenger of light. And he told a story yesterday on Moving on TV about how he overcome autism by using yoga and the power of now. Get it? The power of now. Stay in the moment. Love you guys. This is the Awakening 125. The little story about sharing with the skirt. Instead of fighting people, share your world, share your talents here on Moving on TV. I love you lots. I gotta go because I've got to join a course now for Ascension. And then 7:30 tonight, I'm meeting with the guys from Encounters, and we are preparing a fun scene from the Stag Night for all of you for I've Got Live. On the 29th of November, it will air. Love you lots, and we need talent all the time. talented presenters, hosts. If you have been rejected from the mainstream because you're not pretty enough, you're too old, or I did a program about physicality yesterday, I'm moving on TV, getting used to the age thing and the fact that we have a body that is decaying and is not perfect. I love Zoom because I don't know what it does, but it makes me look 20 years younger. So I love it. Come on board, med beds. Love you lots, guys. Bye.
Hypnotherapy. I specialize in smoking cessation, weight loss, phobia release, stress management, and hypnobirthing. I can do a free assessment via the phone, via Skype, or face-to-face at any time. So that's Martin Oswell of Martin Oswell Hypnotherapy. Looking forward to your call now. You can also find me on my Facebook page, which is Martin Oswell Hypnotherapy.
Hey guys, welcome to the Awakening 126. Hope you're having an interesting ascension, as mine is a roller coaster, like the show Piaf that I did. Love conquers all. Love conquers all. So what I want to talk about today, a couple of things. Today I want to talk about what you're here to do, and you're going to come across situations, people, and like I am, which they'll do everything to stop you doing your job. And I think that's what happened yesterday at 4 a.m. in the morning when the boys in blue came to visit again. I've got to keep a low profile and not say too much, but I've now got a solicitor. And if anyone is reporting or doing something they shouldn't be doing, they will be caught. Okay, so it's all in hand. And thank you so much to my beautiful Starseed family that have been who've been there for me 4 a.m. in the morning, and others, and calming me when they were flashing their torches on my house like I'm some kind of I don't know what, and having a go at me about sorry, just all these what's going on? Trying to get rid of all these messages, it's just annoying me. Yeah, flashing torches, 4 a.m. in the morning. We've come to see you. Somebody said that you're unhappy because you're singing. Okay, how does that compute? I sing because I'm unhappy, or I sing because I love it, because it's my life, because it's my dream. And I was having a beautiful chat on there with Sam and Trey Olds, who I haven't spoken to for ages. So everybody or anyone who is trying to mess with this spirit is going to get a big shock, because this spirit isn't going anywhere. This spirit is stronger than ever. The body's shaking like a leaf, like a little 2-year-old or a little 7-year-old or a little child in fight and flight, but the love is coming through. And you need to know that I hope to interview the solicitor, because they're so kind. They're abiding by the common law and the Magna Carta, and it's very exciting. And so I am very protected, and so are you. Okay, so that's one thing I wanted to talk to you. I'd like to know about your ascension going, because mine is insane, absolutely insane, roller coaster, and the ego is everywhere, and it's not easy, guys. It's not easy. So there's been a lot of crying to bring stuff up. Been looked after like royalty today, and I'm very, very grateful. So thank you for that. Really, really grateful. Thanks. Those who can't be here in person will be, they're there. They're there on the phone. They're there on Messenger. They're there. Some of you. Others, whatever. I'm not really bothered anymore. I'm happy being here on my own, but I'm not happy with them banging my window at 4 a.m. in the morning with shining torches trying to get into my house. And that's going to end now because, as I say, I've got a solicitor. Anyway, so I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about interesting things to do with language and how we are tribal. And I think I woke up this morning and I felt all the songs I've written, Touch Me Baby, you got Someone Touch Me Too. What was about something to do with touch. And I was looking at language and I was looking at the words in Hebrew. To hug is lechabek. It's hug, to hug someone. Chibuk is a hug. Lechabek is to hug. And do you know what it in is? Ana bechabek means I love you. Do you see the connection here? Lechabek and ana bechabek in Arabic is I love you. Ana bechabek means I love you, and lechabek means to hug. Hug is love, touching, hugging. We need to be touched, hugged, held. And I think that's one of the things that this body, the ascension, and this body is screaming to be touched, to held, to be hugged. The body, as I said, the ego and the body, not the spirit. And I am the opposite to Anna Brown. So I'm giving you everything before you get to the level she's got to, as we go through the roller coaster of ascension. Now, the other thing I was thinking about is when you say machinery, when you say artillery that kills people, it's neshek. And to kiss is neshika. Isn't that interesting? To kiss someone, and artillery has the same word nearly in Hebrew, neshek and neshika. Like a positive take on artillery. And I found more than that. I found another one. To touch is lingoa, or nagua means it's someone who's touched, yeah, a nagua, and it also means someone contaminated. Isn't that interesting? So they like this language, they took words and they're saying the same word, like nagua is contaminated and nagua is touched. And yet to be touched is part of your human right, being hugged, touched. You know, language is words. It's really interesting. Really interesting. I've been thinking of words in Hebrew. Ahava. Ahava. Love. Love. Not love. 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 We're supposed to say love. Not love. 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 Ahava. Like Rama, Buddha, Adonai, Allah, love, ahava, when Dyer talks about that. But then I notice ahava in Hebrew means love. So we're meant to say love, I love you. Not I love you, I love you. Open vowels. Open vowels open the heart. And my heart is a chakra opened a lot today because of all the fear. And that turning up at 4 a.m. in the morning, my heart chakra open. I can sing better, but I'm not going to sing now. I'm not going to tempt anyone. And if you think that I'm going to go on moving on TV tonight, and you think you're going to be able to report me, whoever it is that's doing this, well, they've got your details now. Who I don't know who you are, but they will be looking into it. They've got the nasty call phone number details, because I've still got that one. And they will be looking into it, whoever is stalking me. And it's someone on my social media who is watching, but it's opening my heart chakra, okay? And if you're innocent, then no one will come near you. If you're karma, you'll get what's coming to you, and being like that, and bring the police around every 5 minutes to destroy my life, because it's in hand now, okay? We have the Magna Carta, and so that's it. It's out of my hands. I've handed it over to a higher power, and that's another thing. You need to do that. There are things that happen in your life, I'm just noticing what I'm wearing today. And when I was wearing it with this hat, I'm going to swap my hat over. Someone said to me, you look like a teddy bear. I look like a teddy bear. Do I look like a teddy bear, all cuddled up as a teddy bear? Because quite honestly, that's what I was feeling for him this morning. It was very scary. And whoever is reporting to the police that I'm singing, get a life. For God's sake, get a life. Sort yourself out, because karma is coming to you and it's going to be big. Okay? Whoever it is. And I know it's not the neighbors because they're not even here. And I didn't use a microphone. So it's something to do with my social media. I know, because that's when they turn up. Okay? Sorry, you see I'm protecting myself here. So coming back to languages, other words in Hebrew that I was thinking about. Let me think. Yeah, like you've got salam in Arabic. Shanti. Well, shanti. Salam, shalom. That's a close word. But then when Dara explains, you do the shalom. Shalom, which is on, okay? And of course the word peace, peace. It's not an open vowel, peace. It's quite closed, peace. English, words in English are not open. Italian is open. Amore mio, amia, Italian. Italiano, Italian, it's very open, vowels, very open. And when you sing opera, if you sing opera, which is still 5 o'clock, I can sing whatever. If I can't, then we're in trouble. So for example, if you sing something like, it's got to be very open Italian. So, oh mio bambino caro. Oh mio caro, it's very open. That's when the heart chakra opens and opens. So that's all the singing I'm doing today. Coming back to the ascension. So I felt the need to come on here and talk about the roller coaster of ascension. So you're all the next couple of weeks until things are sorted, and you know what I mean, without me having to say it. In America, everything's coming up to be sorted, and the next couple of weeks are a roller coaster. Anyone who's doing this work will be attacked and targeted, but we have protection. Lot of protection, whether you're right or wrong. Okay, guys, my job is to pass on the information. And so if you're going through any, excuse me, you need to contact Green and Black, or you need to go straight to the solicitors. Okay, the solicitors are taking care of anyone who's been stalked or targeted by that lot. Richard Parry, Saunders Solicitors, and it's 0203 131 9710. 9710. And if you're being targeted by that lot, you can go on Netpol. Okay, I'm going to say too much, but I hope to interview the solicitors to say that they're here for you, so you understand. If they start to turn up at your doorstep trying to get in because you are doing what we're doing, you're humanitarians and you're doing your work and you're doing no harm to anyone, Cloud Cuckooland accusations are not true, and you're trying to breathe, those are the numbers. I'll tell you again. Got Richard Parry, 203 31 9710, and Netpol. I'll put it on the end of this program as well. If you're being stalked, if you're being targeted, if you're getting bots saying that in crimes in America, if you feel sick, if you have panic attacks, at night. This is targeting. You need to be protected, but these guys will protect you against you know who are turning up at my house at 4 a.m. in the morning now because I was singing on YouTube, okay? And I was singing quietly and the neighbors are not even here. So it's not the neighbors, it's not the neighbors, it's to do with my social media, okay? And so all the phone numbers and anyone who called me at the beginning of this nasty call, I have the numbers and I give them the number that I had because they didn't block it, that 078 something, which I put on here a lot to find out who this person was calling me a fake mad bitch. They've got that now and they will be taking care of it. The others who are coming here at all out. If you're innocent, you've got about if you're trying to steer me away from the job I'm doing, that's not going to happen because tomorrow I've got life. I've got life. It's going live and it's going live from 3 p.m. We've got Jules, who created his own radio station, Bath Radio, at 3 o'clock, streaming with him. We have got Feist, who's going out there to get carol singing going in London and all over the place. I need to find out as much about that, if you know what I mean. And then we've got Natasha Gray, who's going to dance. That's going to be interesting. I'm going to stream that. We've got Anne Sarah coming on to sing Not All Alone, Remaining Broken Heart. And Sunday, either Saturday or Sunday, then Sunday we go live at 5 o'clock. And we've got Whitney, a singer called Whitney. And I'm not sure who else we got, but it's nice. We're getting people. And of course, I will be playing Luke's beautiful music, Luke Barrett's beautiful music, and doing a bit of singing, of course, because it's early enough. And we will finish at 8 o'clock. Okay, we'll finish at 8 o'clock on Saturday, at 7:45 on Sunday. So there's no excuses for anybody to get upset that I'm singing loud. But you know what? Before, about 4 months ago, I was there playing Will You on the piano. Funnily enough, I was singing Will You last night. Maybe it's Hazel O'Connor stalking me. Oh my God. You know what? I feel like singing Will You. Let's see what happens. Twice, they turned up twice when I was singing Will You. Maybe that's the song. I'm not allowed to sing that song or something. Okay. You drink your coffee. No, wrong key. You drink your coffee. I drink my tea. And we're sitting here all alone thinking what will be, will be. It's getting kind of late now. I wonder if you stay now, stay now, stay now. Or will you just politely say goodnight? I'm a little closer to you, not knowing quite what to do, and I'm feeling more fingers and thumbs, still my teeth. Oh, silly me, it's getting kind of late now. I wonder if you stay now, stay now, stay now. Oh, will you you just politely say goodnight? And then we touch much too much. This moment I have waited for a long, long time. Makes me shiver, makes me quiver. This moment I have waited for. This moment I've been craving for. Is it something that you waited for? Waited for too. Take off your eyes, bare your soul. Gather me to you and make me whole. Tell me your secrets, give me your song. Sing it to me in the twilight dawn. It's getting kind of late now. I wonder if you stay now, stay now, stay now. Or will you just politely say goodnight? And then we touch much too much. This moment I've waited for a long, long time. Makes me quiver, makes me shiver. This moment I have waited for. This moment I have craved for. Is it something that you've waited for? Waited for too. Take off your eyes, bare your soul. Gather me to you and make me whole. Give me your secrets, give me your song. Give it to me in the twilight dawn. It's getting kind of late now. I wonder if you stay now, stay now, stay now. Or will you just politely say goodnight? Will you just politely say goodnight? We got there in the end. The voice is waking up now because a lot of crying, a lot of heart chakra opening. So there you go, the ascension, a roller coaster of emotions. The documentary making of a musical, and today I'm going to be auditioning, and today we're going to see some of the auditions that I'm doing, and I'm going to just tell you what I'm looking for. So I made a leaflet. There's the leaflet. I'm looking for talent, okay? I'm looking for everyone to be part of this, to have fun with the new musical. We're looking for dancers, singers, choreographers, musical directors, all ages, to come forward to be part of Encounters, the new exciting musical that's got everything in it, everything. As we go along, you'll find out more. I'm putting on clips from 1995 to give you a general idea of the songs and the dance and the characters, but it's grown so much over the years. In 2007, I got together with Jules Siddiqui and we created characters that are going to make you laugh, they're going to make you cry, much, much stronger than the characters we had before. And the songs, I've taken songs out, I brought a new song in. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with some of the old songs. I might bring them back or I might bring in new songs. But this is a musical that you're really going to enjoy. It's got ballet, it's got rock and roll, it's got swing, it's got everything but hip-hop yet. I'm not sure, but you never know, you never know. If it's suited, maybe in the finale or somewhere in between, we'll find it. And the characters are alive, the characters are full of passion and depression and sadness. But what keeps them together is Encounters, the place that they meet. They meet at Encounters. It's a weekly meet-up, like the coffee pot or things where when I was younger, I used to go to these clubs and I met these characters and I put them together and created this musical. It's based on some of the experiences I went through in my life. I even wrote the characters for my husband. And as you can see in the original clips, Martin played Sam the Man because he was fun. So there you go, that's Encounters the musical, and I'm looking for all of you to get involved. It's going to be so exciting. We're making a huge documentary, and so by the end of October I hope to have all my talent and the musical will be ready for us to serialize as a TV series called Encounters. And then we will move on to touring the music, the songs and the dance of Encounters. I'm looking for the best, I'm looking for acro, I'm looking for everything. If you watch The Next Step, that's what I'm looking for. It's a great musical, you're going to have a lot of fun, you're going to love it, bringing the characters alive with me. I'm not going to be in it this time, I played Elaine, but I am going to be directing it. So welcome to Encounters, this brilliant new musical. Welcome to Encounters and bring it on.
And just before I end, you know, all my work I do towards getting rid of the stigma of mental health and BPD, because I have BPD. All the characters in Encounters are mentally ill in some way or another. They all have obsessions, love obsessions, or this depression, but what keeps them strong is love. What keeps them strong is love. And as we go along, I will tell you more about each character, so you'll be able to know a lot more about Encounters the musical, Amy, Sam, Nick, Mike, Elaine, Sharon, and Jim, and new character Vince, who will pop in now and then. So welcome to Encounters. I'm going to make this amazing and you're going to have a great time. Please get in touch with me at Lauren at Moving On TV. I'm looking forward to hearing from all of you so we can bring this incredible musical back to life a million times better with a huge amount of talent, and go out there and blow the world apart and get rid of the stigma of mental illness. Take care now. Love you lots. Bye.
Please don't take your loving heart away from me for a moment of stupidity. Won't you tell me what I have to do to mend your heart? Please don't take your loving heart away from me for a moment. We had heaven. If you tell me what to do, then maybe I can make it up to you somehow.
That's beautiful.
Hello, my name is Martin Oswald of Martin Oswald Hypnotherapy. I specialise in smoking cessation, weight loss, phobia release, stress management and hypnobirthing. I can do a free assessment via the phone, via Skype or face-to-face at any time. So that's Martin Oswald of Martin Oswald Hypnotherapy. Looking forward to your call now. You can also find me on my Facebook page, which is Martin Oswald Hypnotherapy.
was beautiful. It was really, really nice. And it's really interesting because you have a really deep voice. You know, the character Sharon, she is, it's a very bolshy kind of character. I've done something where I'm going to put it on about the different characters. You'll be able to watch it and see what I'm looking for from the characters. But I am particularly looking for someone older for the part of Sharon. She's a single mom, but you know, you're an actress, so I'm just putting that across. But what I'd like to do with you now is I want to look at Amy. I'll tell you a little bit about Amy, there's a scene I want you to have a look at. So I'm going to give you some lines and we're going to read them together.
Okay.
So I'll read the part of Nick. I'll have to share with you. Just so we can get it across what I'm trying to tell you. So basically Amy is a very new agey character. And I know it's interesting because your background, it sounds like you come from a new agey background, don't you? From what you've told me. Amy is a peacemaker. She's all about the environment and recycling, and her boyfriend Nick is going in the army. And so her heart is broken. She's completely shattered. So the way the scene starts out, if you want to have a look at it, and she's actually, we would start from here. She goes on into her yoga position.
Right.
And she's sitting in her yoga position and Nick comes along and he tries to talk to her and she's completely lost in her yoga situation, her yoga position. So I just want to go through, see how you read lines straight out, because I'm just basically giving this to you to see what you do with it. So as I say, I'm going to read them with you. So if I just read directions, okay, and I'll put them here. So Amy goes outside to the area by the garden and sits down on her mat and starts to meditate. Nick comes out after her. He seems worse for wear. He's had a few drinks to pluck up some courage. Okay, and then he goes, Amy, please listen to me. What are you doing in that ridiculous position?
How dare you go at me after what you're putting me through?
Amy, you're being very unfair towards me. It's not like you at all.
Me being unfair towards you? That's really rich. That is coming from you. The man that I thought respected and loved me is going against everything I've ever valued and loved, and he thinks that I'm being unfair.
Pause.
Really? Why is it that whenever I'm able to breathe and stay calm, this stuff never works?
So she's basically, you know when you meditate and you think, oh, I can meditate. Do you meditate?
Yeah, I do.
Wow, okay, great. When you meditate, you think, when you're feeling good, it's easy.
It is.
But when you're feeling,
you don't have the thoughts going.
That's right. But so she's saying, oh God, you know, why is it that every time I really need to be able to breathe and stay calm, this stuff never works? And it's like, you know, I really need you to work here, you know. We'll do that in a minute. Okay, let's try and do that bit again. So again, get yourself into like a meditative, as if you're in a meditative position, just and then I'll come out as Nick. Amy, please listen to me. What are you doing in that ridiculous position?
How dare you have a go at me for what you're putting me through?
Amy, you're being very unfair towards me, so you just keep breathing and meditating and ignoring. Amy, you're being very unfair towards me. It's not like you at all.
Me being unfair towards you, that's really rich coming from you, that is. The man that I thought respected and loved me is going against everything I've ever valued and loved. And he thinks that I'm being unfair.
And take a pause. Right, okay, now go back into your meditation. I think, oh God, why is it when I'm so stressed out this thing doesn't work? Okay, and then do that line. Why?
Really? Why is it when I need to be able to breathe and stay calm, this stuff never works?
Great. Okay, that's lovely. So I just wanted to have a look at that. Okay, and then they do the dance in your eyes, which is a ballet, which would be choreographed. It's a beautiful number.
Yeah.
He sings to her, and then they do the dance. Okay.
Men. Who needs them? Do you know what I'd like to say to all of those men who said that we could make it without them? Well, I ask you. I thought the day you walked out the door, my heart would die. But I've grown up. I've changed my whole point of view. I'm living now like never before. It isn't a lie. That's a champagne show. Thank you. But most of all, I'm living without you. 'Cause you didn't take the fun from me. But nothing, what had you do? I'd like to tell why still life isn't dying. Everything's saying, what had you do?
The floral bloom, life with beauty, nature still the same, though I'm without you. Do. Sky so blue, ball of fire, fills heart desire, though I'm without you. Do. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Emily picked that up straight away, just so you know. So we went through that.
No time at all. We can think about our future together. Please, Nick, let's recover between us. We're going away. Fine, Amy, but you don't fool me for a minute. It seems I'm not in your affections, and you try to pretend, but there's nothing in your heart to make me want to change direction. Would be for me a mistake right from the start. But when you turn around to face me, I still believe you're mine. And if I thought you didn't love me, I wouldn't waste your time. But if you try too hard to hide your love, I still believe I can see it in your eyes. No, you can't even try and hide your love away from me. I know it's a disguise.
There is no reason for this fight no more. In a day
or two I'll be off and on my way. I want you to be when I return. I promise that in time I'll stay.
Actually, Nick is going in the army. He comes from a family tradition of army, which is very ironic, but then that's what you need in shows, where his girlfriend Amy is actually is a refugee. Sorry, I have got another copy for you. If you have that, is actually a refugee, and so you've got this big not many people know her real name is Yasmin, except him, and so they fell in love, you know, and they've been together for a few years now, but his dreams kind of really got a hold of him now, so he's going in the army, but he really wants her on board, and there's no chance of that. So the scene is where he's really trying to get through to her. Of course the song comes afterwards, because you know it gives much more, the song and then the beautiful dance they do together. She's sitting in her meditation in a yoga position, and basically she starts to meditate. Nick comes out after her. He's a bit worse for wear. He's had a few drinks to pluck up some, so you need to be a little bit, you know, shaky on your feet. But if we just give it a read through, so you start with, Amy, please listen to me. And then he looks at her and says, what are you doing in that ridiculous position? Because she's in supper, she's tying herself in knots, literally, because she can't deal with all of this. I am working on the script where there'll be more in it about her background and stuff like that. But this is just a bit of an old script, but we'll use this at the moment. Okay, so do you want to have a go with it? So it says, Amy goes outside and sits down on a mat and starts to meditate. Nick comes out, he sees worse for wear, obviously he's had a few drinks to pluck up some courage, okay?
Listen to me, what are you doing in that ridiculous position?
How dare you have a go at me after what you're putting me through?
Amy, you are being very unfair towards me, it's not like you at all.
Me being unfair towards you? That's really rich, that is. Coming from you, the man that I thought respected and loved me, is going against everything I've ever valued and loved, and he thinks that I'm being unfair? Really? Oh, why is it that whenever I need to be able to breathe and stay calm, this stuff never works? Anyway, she shuffles off on her bum. He tries to stop her and then says, look, Amy, will you just sit in a normal position so I can see you?
Look, Amy, will you just sit in a normal position so I can see you? Amy, please, look! I have to do what I feel is right for me, and it's not really up to you, is it? How I live my life.
Oh, really? Well, I thought that couples plan their lives together. So how about you explain to me how we're going to be able to do that? Maybe lying in a ditch somewhere, injured or even dead. That is really something to look forward to, isn't it?
Don't be ridiculous. I am most likely to be stuck in an office. I won't be anywhere in the front line. Look, Amy, I love you. Why? You were the only one to stand by me, remember? When Butch, my dog, was about to be put down, you stood up for him, and no one has ever done that for me before. And that's why I love you. Your courage to stand up for what you believe, and your love of animals.
And then I just added on this little bit here. I don't understand how you can do this to me. You know I left everything behind, Nick. The wars, the army is all about violence. It's not the way anymore. People have to learn to communicate with their voices and their hearts, not kill each other. Oh, it's never going to end, Nick. Don't you see that?
Please, Amy, please. I
need to know.
I need to know that you will wait for me. That's all I'm asking you.
I'm sorry, I can't do that. There will be a bit which I added on where obviously is going to say, you know, I know about your past and your sadness. It's wrong, it's wrong. The cards say it's wrong. Look at your aura, it's all dark and grey. Something terrible is going to happen to you. I said, Amy, look at me.
Oh, sorry. Amy, look at me. That stuff, it's nothing. It's all new age rubbish and you know that. Please, Amy, look at me. I love you, Amy. I need you to be brave for me. You love me.
And then he sings In Your Eyes, which is look at me, so I can actually see the real love that's going on inside you. And then they do the dance. Okay, that's lovely. So you can read. That's lovely. That's lovely, Will.
Where's Nick from? Because obviously I can look into that and then start to.
He's British.
Yeah.
He comes from a strong British background with royalty. He believes in the army. His father is in the army. It's kind of a traditional thing that he will go in the army, and so he's very sort of determined.
Did you say from like West London sort of area? So quite, quite a respectable family.
Yeah, probably kind of Hampsteady, probably. Yeah. But he's got that wish in him, which he says in the beginning. There's a song called Misunderstanding where already you can see the clash between the characters when he's saying, I just want to be free, even though I love her, I want to be able to realise my dream. But of course, the conflict that's going on in her is that she ran away from everything. She left the wars and the violence and everything behind, and she doesn't need this, and yet she fell in love with someone because she background, nobody else does. And so there will be a little bit, he'll call her, he'll say Yasmin, he'll actually say to her, Yasmin, and then he'll get her attention that way and she'll turn towards him. So yeah, so that's really, he has, as I say, he has a lot, the guys take him over, the older guys, and they take him on a fun night, and it's going to be, it's basically called Nick's Fun Night Out. And it's before he goes in the army, so everything that's going to happen to him, they get him drunk and all this sort of thing. And then he disappears for quite a while and comes back near the end, because he goes missing. So there's a bit of a, and that's when everything comes up for Amy, everything. So she tells the girls who she really is, and everything comes up, and you see the bond, because the whole musical is about bond. It's bonding together, it's about friendship, it's about people holding each other. I'd say they all got mental illness, all the characters have got mental illness, and I have too, but I do a lot of campaigning.
Yeah.
For my,
I've seen a lot of that on the website.
You've seen my stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So you know a bit about me. So this musical is really, it shows that, of course they've all got issues. Mental illness is just a label, as far as I'm concerned. They've all got issues. So whether it's obsession, depression, you know, whatever. But they are held in encounters. Encounters is their safety net. It's the place they go, it's the place they know they'll be loved and accepted by all the characters. I'm going to do part of the documentary, the second part just went on, so soon there'll be another part which will be the characters. Yeah. So I'm talking a little bit about each character, and I'll put on like little bits of, when we did the show in 1995, I don't know if you've seen, I've kind of salvaged some of the videos. So you'll be able to get to know a lot more about what each character stands for and what they do. Let me just have a look at your form.
Yeah.
And
Oh, you've read my mind. And I know that something's gonna
all I
happen
know is something like
whenever
that.
you
How
call.
will I know?
Something's gonna happen.
Ah,
I know
how will
that.
I know? Look, are you getting ready for tonight? You know, never mind about
Oh,
anything else.
yeah. But I have to do all this packing, which I hate. And
Well,
I just thought that Amy, if Amy was here by my side,
just put
she
it to one side. Just put it to one side there, Nick, old lad. And you want to get down, don't you? You want to get down to the nightclub tonight.
you
And
reckon?
well, of course you do,
Oh,
because we've got some nice ladies there, nice ladies. There might be
ooh,
there might be a dress up one as well, just for you. A special one just for
my
you.
goodness.
You know,
Wow.
and for your last night before you go off to do what you're going to do in the army. And you don't want to miss out, do you? You don't want to miss out.
Oh,
Ring,
thank you, Sam. Thank
You
you,
don't want
Sam.
to miss
You are
out,
a
do you? I
star.
mean, we're thinking about you here after all. We are thinking about you. So,
Thank you.
no.
Oh
So,
my good.
what? I'll see you about what 7:30. 7:30 at
Yeah,
Encounters.
yeah,
Yeah,
sure. I'm looking forward
outside.
to it.
Yeah,
Sam, I
yeah,
love you, bro. I love you, bro.
yeah.
Thank you
We're
so
going
much.
together. You're the
Yeah.
man. You're the man. You're
Yeah,
the
we're
man.
going to have to party, You'll help me
We
to
are.
forget it all. Yeah? At least
Right,
for a night.
Jim, could you ring up? Stay on
ring, ring.
the phone.
Oh, someone else calling. Sam, hold on. Hey, who is it? Jim? Oh, Jim. Hello, my brother. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm just getting everything set up for tonight.
Wow, thank you guys. You are so well organized.
Jim, you need to be
Sam,
on the phone.
Sam is on the line too. You can tell him hi.
Hi, Sam.
Martin,
Sam, you have got to turn on your microphone. You're off. Yeah.
all right.
Oh, you're off again.
Yeah, well,
Sam, we can't hear you.
Can't be too late starting because otherwise it'll finish too late.
Ah,
You've got a
Well,
big
it's a
morning
nightclub.
tomorrow.
I mean, well,
I know,
what is
Jim.
there? Is there some lockdown rules or something? Come on, I mean, you want it to go on till early hours, don't you? I mean, there's going to be a
Yeah,
lot of
yeah, Jim. Sam is right.
yeah,
Well,
Don't you reckon?
yeah,
yeah.
but you've
Well,
got to be up
you've got
early.
to have fun. Yeah, I mean, all those
Oh, yeah, Sam. Listen to him. He's the the voice of reason here. Really, I'm getting up early. I don't have to go too far, right?
Yeah. And I have to tidy up.
Look, I'll look after you. Don't worry, I'll look after you. I'll make sure you
Oh,
get home,
Sam,
okay?
you're so good to me. Thank you.
am.
All right. So I'll
So-
just relax,
So I'll
right?
see you down there about 7:30. All right there, Nick? 7:30?
Yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah,
Thank
we're
you.
going. Yeah, and we'll have a good time. Yeah.
Come on,
Yeah,
Jim.
we'll rock the night.
Come on,
We
Jim.
will.
Yeah, 7:30. Yeah, promptly 7:30, please. Otherwise, yeah, but
Yeah, of course.
yeah,
Yeah.
if it's too late up though, Sam, it's not going to be a very good first impression for his new officers or whatever you call them in the army.
Yeah, he's
They'll
right.
be all right. They'll be all right. Don't worry about them. Look, you just concentrate on getting down at 7:30, and I'll get you a round in. We'll buy you a few rounds, okay? And then they get you set up for the evening. And
Sam,
then,
you're not on the phone.
Oh, Sam. Thank you, Sam.
Where's your phone?
Thank you, Sam. All right. So thank you, guys. I'll see you just in a minute. Yeah, in a few minutes.
Okay, right. See you 7:30. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See
Yeah.
ya.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. Cheers.
Cheers.
Okay, you've come off the phone now. Thoughts, Jim?
Worried.
Okay.
Yeah, because we know Sam's going to want to be up all night.
Yeah,
Right.
and I'm kind of excited. And yes, I heard Jim, but the emotions are so high now, and I was under such a tension. So I would rather stick to Sam's plan because I want to forget it all tonight.
You want to forget. But you remember, you've been brought up with a very strict upbringing. So it's kind of like you're very respectful of other people's opinions.
Mm-hmm.
you're very respectful of both of them, but you're tending more towards Sam as he's convinced you, the devil.
Yeah.
Capricorn has convinced you that you really want to go out there and okay. So Jim, so you've heard what Nick says. What's going on with him? How do you feel about that? Remember, this is all happening inside encounters. This is all happening. It's going to be a terrible mess. You've got the inspector coming. What time is the inspector coming?
Well, it never tells you, but it's normally quite early.
Right, it just turns up.
Yeah, out the blue.
God. And so, but you haven't told anyone about any of this, about the fact that Encounters are in danger of closure, and the fact that you've got someone watching you and testing you and checking you out.
Yeah.
Sure, everything's okay. So this is like a real burden as well, but you love Nick, and you could do with a night out, couldn't you? I mean, you got a lot to deal with.
Yeah, I probably could do with a night out, but I'd probably prefer if it wasn't at Encounters.
Sure.
The mess.
Is there a devil in Jim somewhere? Is there a bit of a Capricorn in there trying to convince him to do, you know, to have a bit more fun and to let go a bit more? Do you think?
Maybe deep down.
Pardon?
Maybe quite deep down.
Yeah, because as we progress, he does get dressed up as a woman.
Oh, yeah.
And goes out serenading with Mike and everybody, and he quite enjoys it.
Yeah, we're going to unravel this in you, Jim.
In the gym.
Yeah,
Right,
guys,
okay.
it was very, very nice to be with you, but I really need to leave.
Hang on.
A flower in blue. She's so, she lights up the room.
So let's start. Anyway, welcome to Two Awoken Blondes, or Two Awake Blondes. What should we call it, Ange?
Two awake blondes.
Two Awake Blondes. Sounds great. How are you today? How are you today? What are you?
Good. I've been out in the sunshine. I got lots of sun and vitamin D. Went to the park. Got some fresh air. Did a little bit of exercise.
Wow.
I'm feeling pretty positive.
Isn't it cool? I mean, you go into lockdown and you lose weight. So there you go, ladies. You can lose loads of weight now. Yeah, I've been enjoying the sun. Mind you, I didn't get up till what time did I get up? About 2 or 3 o'clock. I was sitting up all night studying my tarot.
Oh, brilliant.
Love it. Oh, it's so much fun.
I'm just going to close this door so that we're...
Pardon?
I'm just closing the door so
Okay.
not be under, basically.
Okay. And just collect this positive stuff. And I've got to tell you something here. This is you got really sad here, I don't know, but you know that thing about the man, that the picture of the guy that it said that he was run over by a steamroller and he died of COVID. One of my friends said, "Oh, that's so terrible. That's so terrible. How sad." Oh my God, how can anybody not get it? It's a joke. Anyway, these are lovely people, but they seem to, they're just not understanding my jokes, are they?
It's just like
I love her to bits, so I have to say that she's my beautiful, but still she didn't get it.
The mind is very, reactive. The mind is very reactive. Like all of our minds are very reactive. Given, we see the world as we are. So if you're feeling very serious and threatened about COVID, then anything, even a joke's going to be like, you're not going to be able to see the funny side of it. Along those lines, Yeah.
Well, we're here to lighten the load, to have some fun. And today we've got a big interview coming up with Paul Boggy Brighton.
Woo!
Oh, the first thing I want to ask him is, what's the Brighton? Why Brighton? Because he lives in Hayes. He lives near.
I wanted to know what the boggy bit was. What?
I don't know what I thought it was Bogey.
What?
I thought it was Paul Bogey.
I'm sure he's going to reveal everything. I'm sure he'll reveal everything.
Pardon?
I'm sure it all will be revealed. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you really, really well.
Okay, good.
Well, let's bring him in before he disappears on us and does a runner, because you think, oh my God, these women are mad. Anyway, as I say, we're going to have fun on this program. We're going to do our own little whatever comes to mind, and also going to bring on people that we think are going to be a lot of fun to interview as well. So let's Sifu Boggy.
A spiritual Jedi.
Is that what it means? Okay.
Swimming along, I think it's in that vein.
Hi.
Hello, how you doing?
Hi.
Call it again, remind me. You Awake Blondes, is that it, Ange?
Yep.
You Awake Blondes. Anyway, I've decided I'm getting rid of my glasses because I'm trying to train my eyes back to the way they were before I wore them. But you got to forgive me, this is a little bit of a security blanket. I've got them on my head here. Anyway, it's beautiful to have you here on this gorgeous, gorgeous sunny day. And if it's okay, I just want to just start by asking you, first of all, what kind of day have you had today?
was a normal day for me, really. Well, normal day off day for me working. I'm actually a essential worker, so I'm still working. But today, so I've just done some qigong, done some stuff for. We've got a subscription-based TV network called The Tribe, and so I did a little bit for that, and then I also had to do some filming for my school, my qigong school, which is called A Cup of Chi. So yeah, I've been busy. So
Lots of
just doing the
fun.
normal stuff.
Lots of fun, basically.
Yeah, outside.
Okay, if it's okay with Angie as well, I've got another two things before I hand you over to her. I've never shared a program yet, so I'm a Leo, and Angie, what birthday? You're a Libran. Luckily, she's a Libran, because if she was another Leo, we'd get absolutely nowhere. What birth sign are you? Oh.
For me, I am Aries.
Well, there you go, 2 fire signs. Air sign. Okay, well, Angie's going to keep everything nice and gentle and grounded, and with me, you don't know what's going to happen. But my birth thingy, you never know. But anyway, coming back to you, Paul, what's the Brighton? Where does the Brighton come from?
Brighton's my surname.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah. Everybody forgets that Brighton can be a surname. In actual fact, Brighton named somebody. That's where it comes from. It was Lord Brighton in about the age. Before that, it was Bridlow or Bron something. I forget but yes. I've always been down Brighton, Worthing. You know, for the last 38 years, teach. There's always the coast. People are always. There seems, or at least in the UK, that there's a lot more people awake in the coast before everywhere else, and so I've always had meditational, and qigong is energizing exercises, but it's also self-healing, and it's also there's also is a martial art or defense side to it. So it's always been quite big down there. So down in Brighton, I've got friends down there from martial arts, but I'm also a former figure skater, ice hockey player, and there was ice rinks down there as well. Which
so coming to my second question before I hand you over to Angie, how did this all come about? I mean, what happened? There's always something that happens to someone, or they go through an experience. Where did this all come from? Just tell us a little bit. Go right back to the beginning, because I want to know where all this came from, basically.
Well, right. So my parents split up when I was 7 years old, but I didn't actually get divorced until I was 9. And around about 9, I started, which is sort of, well, this is to do with it, but it's sort of separate. Is that I started having these dreams of past life stuff, and I started having all this information, sort of remembering that this is my first time round, but I was soft to know, or my mum was always a little bit of a hypochondriac, and always, you know, if you coughed, you're going to die, you got tuberculosis, or, there's something major. So I knew to keep this sort of stuff to myself, because people around me is like, this was 19, so that was 1979. So, like, you're a nutter, if you start talking about that sort of stuff, especially at 9 years old. And I was bullied for being fun anyway as a kid. And so around about 11 years old, I started doing a martial art called Kiksa. Well, at the time it was called Katida. It's now called Kiksa, and it was it had like 27 moves or 26 moves, but it also had meditation. And the meditation is what really, and it focused on what they called ki, which I now call like energy or chi, prana, not piranha, but prana, and I was really into that and went up the ranks quite quickly. Even by like 12, I was already, had done a couple of bouts. and they had a school. They had a judicator that came to the martial arts to do the testing, and that judicator pretty much took one look at me and said, sort of said under his breath to me, but not to my parents, is that in past lives you were my Sifu, and in past lives I was your Sifu, and I will be your.
Can you explain what a Sifu is?
I will indeed. I will. So Sifu, in essence, some people say Sifu is like sensei or master, but Sifu is actually more a guide and move you along the way. Senseis in Japan, senseis are masters. I am the master. I am the top. Everything I do, everything sticks in a certain way. Sifu actually means in Chinese means father or parents. So it's more of, in a positive way, it's more of a loving who guides you, but doesn't really rule you, but it points you in that way, points you in that direction. So my first, so even though I did one martial art, these two Sifus were two brothers, Sifu Shun, which is their surname in China. The first child can sometimes be named, keep the surname as their first name. A bit old school in the 70s and 80s, they would call you, if your surname's Brighton, you'd be known in Brighton, you wouldn't be known as your first name. And his brother was called Po, and for them, they did Shaolin, from the Shaolin monastery, so they were part Buddhist, but they also studied in Wudan Mountain in China, which is a Taoist philosophy, Taoist mountain. And Wudan, well, basically, George Lucas's Star Wars was based on the Force and the light and the dark side, which is the yin and the yang, and the Jedi were actually the grey Jedi, which we never really got to, but in the original story, before Disney tampered with it, you have the Jedi, pure light, the Sith, which is the dark, but Luke Skywalker actually found out that before they existed, there was one between, which was the grey Jedi or grey coat, and they were both light and dark because they believe there is no good, there is no just is, and when you keep fighting this game of good and bad, there'll always be casualties, problems. But when you realise that everything just is and everything is experience, and you learn, even the bad things that are happening in your life are there to help you grow and expand and move forward, then you open up to a whole different reality. So that's what sort of was based on.
Thank you.
So,
Angie, do you
Lauren,
ask a question? Sorry, let's get you back.
didn't I start talking about Jedis before we got on the call? Do you remember I mentioned about Jedis before we got on the call? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Do you remember I mentioned about Jedis?
Yes, you did. I'm trying to get both on together, but I don't know how to do that yet. But anyway, carry on, Angie. You had the question.
No, so basically this yin and yang, the good and the bad and the bad and the good, it's like what we're going through right now. If we didn't have a dark to be experiencing our light, then we wouldn't be able to experience it, because if everything was just light, we wouldn't have anything to contrast it against. So this sort of battle that we're in at the moment, this spiritual battle, it's all a big cosmic game in a way. It's like a cosmic, I wouldn't say joke because that's taking it a bit too far, but if you want to be a spiritual warrior, then you've got to be able to sort of detach a little bit from it. And that's kind of getting silent witness, right? Yeah,
very much. And even the word Jedi, a lot of people just think this word. Well, Jedi actually comes from the Egyptian word with a little D on the beginning, Jedi, and Jedi means pillar of light.
Really?
Yeah, it means, and the Jedi in Egypt, there was a group of Jedi in Egypt, and they were actually in China they say they were Taoists. They were Taoism. Taoism's a word, just means the way, the path, the balance. And so like I look at an American Indian, I say, he's a Taoist, because he follows his own way or path. So the Jedi in Egypt, they were the keepers of the pillar light. And what do the Jedi have? They have lightsabers, which is the pillar of light. And the pillar of light, you have the Kundalini, that is the fire, And
Yeah.
what most people, the reason why a lot of people get psychosis in doing lots of Kundalini and it drives them emotionally crazy is because what they're not aware of is that when you pull in your bum and you tuck in your chin, your head aligns with a cord or a crystalline tube which goes straight through you, straight into the earth and straight into heaven. And that is in Chinese they call it the thrusting channel. In the Egypt, the Jedi, the pillar of light. And the pillar of light is the water to the fire. So that is the yin. So up here, where's my hand? Up here, a lot of people call this the yin yang symbol. It's actually Tai Chi. Yin yang is half a black circle, half a white circle, and it's the opposing opposites. The Piscean age we came from, where men and female, men don't understand women and don't understand men, and good doesn't, good against bad. That's opposing opposites. That is yin. This symbol up here is Tai Chi. These two flow together and create harmony, and that's what we're in now. That's what the whole 12 going into the age Aquarius. The whole thing Aquarius is the age of understanding.
Would you say that this what came out of China, the Taoist tradition? Would you say that? Would you say that's been?
It's okay. I sit on yoga ball, you see, and I roll backwards.
Perfect.
So, Buggy fell off his yoga ball.
You got to laugh. Just
roll off.
Yeah, I just rolled off my yoga ball. Yes, don't worry. Yeah, because I see, I've got a yoga ball, and the yoga ball sits on the balance ball. So normally, what happened was I got a little bit too carried away, and I rolled backwards. And anyway,
okay, let's ground. Let's take some deep breaths.
So we just, yeah.
But that's actually a very important lesson. Never take yourself or anything else too seriously.
Absolutely.
Now, my God, you can't take anything seriously. Anyway,
not with me around. You can never take anything too serious. But that's the point. The whole again with the Sifu not sensei is that set. Well, we've been through all this. Oh, I'm the best. You must listen to everything I say. Da, da, da. You'll listen when you're ready. The information's there, and the whole thing of in the Taoist circles they talk about being childlike, having fun, being playful. The biggest thing with the dark, you want to scare off the dark. Tell it you love it, and be happy and jolly in its presence. And pardon my French, it will pap itself. It will take a brick.
Because what you resist, basically. If you keep resisting and resisting, it's not going to change. If you give out, if you give out, you get back. So if you give out fear and panic and you fight, that's all you're going to have within you. That's very much a Course in Miracles. Can I just ask you something? Angie, are you finished with your question?
The other parallel we saw is Neo in the Matrix. When he learns how powerful his own mind is. These lessons are buried in so many different things. And that Matrix film used a lot of the Buddhist traditions, hidden secrets from Buddhism in that one. So that, I was seeing on Facebook, somebody said that when you draw back the curtain at the Wizard of Oz, it's just this old man behind the curtain, and it's nothing to be frightened of. Yeah. And
like Alice Wonderland with the cards, she just looks and says, "You're just a pack of cards. Push." That's it.
Well, the Matrix was both Buddhist and Taoist. The whole point. They're flying in the air. If you look at all the old Chinese movies, they all fly in the air. And they're fighting and they're flying. And the reason they do that is
you mean like Monkey?
Yeah, like just like Monkey, but the whole Monkey. Yes, I grew up in that era. Ironically enough, I went to Friday school, Catholic Friday school, and it was on the same day as Monkey Magic. So I'd watch Monkey Magic, then go to Catholic school. So I was studying Buddhist tradition, and then go to Catholic school for Friday school. But the whole point of that flying in the air was there was a very good film, American film that translated it, called The Bulletproof Monk. And what they say is that they are manipulating energy, that air can become solid, that the whole point, and again, quantum physics, you know, when everybody says, oh, this is rubbish, this is, just look at quantum physics.
It's just like the Indian sadhus. I don't know if you've heard of Neem Karoli Baba.
Yes.
I mean, apparently some of them, they had the power to teleport themselves, be in two different places at different times. They could perform, you know, what we would call miracles. But of course, none of this information really ever gets into the mainstream here, or maybe it has. I mean, you know, all the stuff that was considered alternative. I grew up with, my mother was an acupuncturist, my stepdad was an osteopath. In the 80s, that was sort of alternative. And now I think that, you know, this idea of like alternative stuff, I don't really think it is alternative anymore.
Well, for a long time they called it new age, which is quite funny when you consider most of this information is older than modern day medicine. So that's why they said alternative rather than new age. And the irony is that the medical system can't, because I actually trained in what's called Tit Ta, which is Chinese osteopath. So Chinese osteopath with what they call Fa Jing is explosive power. Have you ever seen Bruce Lee do the 1-inch punch where, you know, his hand only moves a little bit and that person goes flying? It's about using all your energy, the whole body to create. So you have chiropractor, osteopath. Chiropractor uses direct force on the bones to realign them. Osteopath uses manipulation. In Tit Ta, they use both and plus Fa Jing, so they use the whole body to click the body back into place. And then one of my students and one of my best friends, Fred Bleach, he's a former osteopath from done it for over 40 years, but like 20 years ago in the UK, they changed the way that they want to bring osteopath into the fold or in the medical tradition. But what they said is that, oh yeah, you can come in, but you're not allowed to diagnose. You're not allowed to give information. So they took away the ability to actually do the job properly, because the original osteopaths and in Chinese medicine is that your goal is not to do the symptomology. It's actually actually the reasons you're ill, work on that, not just the symptoms. Because somebody says, "Oh, I've got a headache," and here's a tablet. Well, all that tablet does, all the pill does, it kills the nerve that's to the headache. That's like a fire bell going off, and I get an axe, and
you're just getting the symptom. You're not into the core. Anyway, I've got a big question for you, because I'm always thinking about the person on the street, the person that doesn't know a lot about this. Well, you know, all my life I've been different because I never take medication because my whole outlook is so. How do you approach someone? Okay, this is like their first day. Okay, they've seen something and they're interested. There's some interest in here. I really want to understand a little bit about how can I stay well, because we know that the answer to everything is building immunity, is eating the proper foods, is raising our vibrations and staying in the light and being happy. Nothing can really harm us when we do that. But I'm talking about, we've had years and years and years of spiritual awakenings. I'm interested in how you would approach someone. They come to see you and they say, "Paul, I don't understand anything. I want like the first step to understanding something." So, because you're so passionate about this, Paul, how would you bring it down to the basics with a person that knows very, very little? So they've taken like that much of a red pill, even smaller.
Well, with me, there's different ways people come to me. So so when you say a lot of the time, most people will only ever look at alternative stuff when nothing else has worked, when everything else failed, and you know, and it's almost the last shot. So if, like, I used to do car boot massage, I used to do massage do car boot. So it would just be people that, oh, massage. One of the first questions was, oh, I don't have to get naked, do I? And it's like, well, not all massage requires you to get naked, for starters. But it's like sometimes the best way to help somebody is just to do it. It's just to, I mean, talk the hind legs off a donkey and then persuade the donkey to go for a walk afterwards. But all that information will just blow your most people's brains. So sometimes you just simply do. So if they come on the massage side, I'll just give them a massage. They say, oh, it feels better. So we'll hear some techniques that will help you keep that going. On the Qigong side, Qigong, there's a very simple exercise I give away free called Willow Tree Qigong. Now, medically, this exercise has helped people, has helped with over 30 years of chronic pain, helped people with ME, MS, fibromyalgia, has helped back problems, has helped poor circulation, arthritis, people who suffer from migraines for years.
For fibromyalgia, please.
Well, I mean, what this exercise does is it's very simple. It's the first. It's like the first step. I mean, the other ones I've had people just like a year ago who within one person I'm thinking of had chronic, she had I think it was fibromyalgia, chronic pain, agoraphobic, always in pain all the time, and within a month of practicing, I think she actually says like the first week, but in a month of practicing a couple of exercises, the pain had almost gone, and she was, and she was now a year later gets less and less fearful, even to the fact now she wrote a book, and we've had her on the show, and where before that would never ever happen, but it's building people's confidence.
Can you show us how to do that little technique there, Ange?
Without falling off the yoga ball this time. So let's just move that out of the way. So Willow Tree Qigong, quite simply, is so you can sort of do it seated, but you just got to be careful if you've got arms on your chair. You just got to be careful about hitting your arms on the chair. But basically, Willow Tree Qigong is shoulder whip stance, feet flat on the floor. Your feet can either be straight ahead or 45 degrees outwards, whichever is more comfortable for you. Make sure your knees point in the same direction. You bend your knees like you're skiing or snowboarding. You put in your bum, and then from here, all you do is with your bum pulled in, you turn to the left, turn to the right, turn to the left, turn to the right. Try to keep your nose in line with your belly button. And this is called twist the waist of Willow Tree Qigong. The whole idea is you're not forcing the arms to move. You're not doing this. You're actually, by turning the waist, the arms are naturally moving on their own. You ever watch a toddler? Sometimes they go, I don't want to go to school, I'm bored. Or I want to go to school because I'm bored because it's COVID-19. But the whole idea is to just literally twist the waist from side to side. And with the bum pulled in, and the longer you can do it, the better. But a good 5 minutes of this. If you wake up stiff and achy in the morning, there's actually a reason why you're waking up stiff and achy in the morning, but that's a whole conversation on its own. But if you wake up stiff and achy in the morning, or you're travelling about and you're stiff and achy, 5 minutes of this will help loosen you up. If you struggle to sleep at night, 5 minutes of this before you go to bed will help you at night. It's a very simple and easy exercise. It's one of the two exercises I give on my school, on Teachable School, that we give, and it's a very simple exercise. But when you do something, because the whole point of the Taoist approach is that even with philosophy is action. You don't just think something, oh, well, you're just a scholar, and with scholarship, you're just information, and it goes into ego. You have to feel it, you have to do it, you have to understand it. So
embody it?
Yeah, very much so. That's the word. And so the Taoist approach is like, so in healing, the Taoist approach is there is no golden pill. You have to do it yourself. You actually have to practice it yourself, and by practicing it yourself, you become it. It is, and because the problem is we've got so used to the medical profession say, take this tablet and everything will be sorted. And it's like, well, it doesn't happen. It doesn't actually happen, you know, and most tablets have some sort of side effect. The only side effect of this is that it's going to affect you. That's the only side effect it has.
So I suppose we're probably going to give out your website at the end of the, but you can plug it now if you want.
Yes, at the moment I'm still on www.sifu, S-I-F-U, boggy, B-O-G-G-I-E.com. That's and then that will take you to, there's different things we're doing. Like I say, I have my own show called own network called the Way of Conscious Mindfulness Network. From there, we've actually got the Way of Conscious Mindfulness Tribe TV, which is where, because of the restrictions of Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, we went on to subscription based, so it allowed us to talk more freely about the stuff that we talk about, because just quite recently, especially if you're on YouTube, one of my favourite is The Edge of Wonder, and a lot of them, all of them are going private, going onto their own subscription based. You've got a London Reel that did a show with David Icke, and it was banned instantly. You know, is that for whatever reason, information
yet, but to worry about that. But so hopefully at some point. But I know. But let's come back again. Let's come back. So that was brilliant. Thank you so much. Because as I said, for someone who's starting out, that is a really good way for them to understand what you said. Now, you came onto the Zoom with us a couple of days ago, and we loved your approach because it's so positive, isn't it, Ange?
Yep.
We're not going to hell in a handbasket, so to speak. There's nothing to worry about.
Well, there's one thing I just want to quickly say. I'm actually known as Boggy the Ghostbuster because I've been to the most haunted houses in the UK and in Russia. I actually went to an FBI, a CIA, no, not CIA, a KGB. I'll get the initials right in a minute. A KGB prison, and that was like a real poltergeist central where things fly at your head, and it always happens. I walk in somewhere, everything stops, everything, and in this place, these guys are used to things flying all the time, and so I walked in, and they were actually more scared that it stopped than than when it was actually happening. And when I left again, it all kicked off again. And the whole reason for that is, don't think of shields. People, spiritual world, oh yeah, build a shield, build a wall to protect yourself. In war, when somebody's got a big shield or big wall, the enemy's got something to aim at. The enemy's got something to attack at. But Ninja, who is in the floor, think of Predator. You ever seen the movie Predator? And they're invisible because they've got a filter. You can't see them all. And the whole point of a filter is you only allow in what you want. And it's not you don't allow in any bad, but you only allow in what helps you grow. So you say you're only allowing what helps you grow. And then again, like in the past, when I've had haters come on my show, I just go, I love you, you're awesome, thank you so much for being here, love you, you too, I love you, bye, love you. And funny enough, they don't last long. And I've done this. I was close protection officer for over 10 years, and at Dorman, done martial arts, and I've got big ears, and I look a bit even when I was younger, I had back in the 80s, I had permed hair. I went the Craig McLaughlin route.
One picture.
And I had permed hair, and I actually looked like Henry for Neighbours. I actually ended up in a.
It was gorgeous. Do you remember?
Well, I wouldn't go I'm that good. But the whole point is that when people are aggressive, you fire humour at them, and it's subterfuge. You fire humour and you flip it around. And one of the biggest lessons for me was the movie Roxanne with Steve Martin, when he had the big nose, and that was based on a play called Bergerac. But he had this big nose, and they did the 20-something betters. But the guy called him Big Nose, and he says, "Is that all you could come up with?" And he goes, "Well, throw a dart in the board." He got the number. The bully got the 20, so he came up with 20. Something.
I'm just getting the feeling that you be really good at helping kids that get bullied.
I was bullied. I was. It's quite funny because most people, oh, you're the scary one. And it's like, well, when you get bullied. But so what happened? That's why I did martial arts. But what happened while I did martial arts, I didn't like fighting. So I learned how to firstly take a punch, then take an emotional punch, and how to take a spiritual punch. And that twist the waist. So going from side to side is the first martial technique I learned. If somebody pushes you, and that force naturally goes, as they push you, you just go.
Yeah.
And they're leaning forward, and your other hand hits them in the back of the head. So as they're going past you, you hit them in the back of the head for good measures.
So, Lauren, I've got a couple of questions here. Okay. First of all, the boggy bit. Could you tell us about that? And also, if you wouldn't mind telling us about some of your previous lives.
Okay. Right. Yes. The boggy bits. The book. Well, the boggy bit. The two Sifus, Shun and Po, that in traditional martial arts in the ancient knowledge, like American Indians, they give you names. You're given a name, and my actual martial art name is Taiso Boggy. So Taiso, Tai from the word Tai Chi. So Tai, that's supreme. So supreme, lower chaos. Otherwise, big trouble. So I was known, even as a kid, I was known as a bit of in this very much like a Jackie Chan character or like Charlie Chaplin. I was a bit of an instigator, a bit of a rebel, and I caused trouble even when I wasn't, doing it on purpose. I would cause trouble. And the Bogi is a bit like the Tai Chi symbol, which means the balance between the chaos and the calmness. So it's you taking all these chaotic things and then making them calm. Or when things are too calm, you're the instigator that pokes the bear to bring things up. Because, what people don't realise, we need this.
Reminded me, sorry, Paul. Sorry, it reminded me of when I went into the therapeutic community. What you said, we all came in there. I was in there for nearly 2 years and I recovered from BPD, which I don't believe in, but without medication. We all came in there from different backgrounds and beliefs and we clashed everywhere. You come in there with all the madness and the chaos, like the world, and then you start to awaken, and what starts to happen is you go completely the other way. So if you were so narcissistic, you go completely the other way and start wanting to take care of everyone. And it's all about bringing it all back into balance. So within the last 6 months of being in the therapeutic community, you come back into balance, and that's when inner peace came in. And it's exactly what you're saying there.
Yeah, and what was
the NHS that was.
Yeah, and see, in the West, again, everything's been altered or changed, so people can't see what certain things really are. So martial arts has been altered. Everybody thinks martial arts is fighting. Martial arts is actually about personal development. It's about understanding yourself and understanding how to do things. Now,
I'm just getting the book, the Dan Millman, the Way of the Peaceful Warrior or something. I don't know if you've heard of that book. Yeah.
And there's lots of good books about that, and it's good understandings. I mean, there was a military advisor from China called Sun Tzu, and he did the art of war, which became the art of strategy. And the art of strategy has been used in business for the past 50 years. The reasons, one of the main reasons why the Americans lost the Vietnam War was because the Vietnamese generals studied this art of strategy. And the biggest thing in this book is don't face people directly on. You redirect their energies. You take the resources rather than, and that's what's happening in the end of the World War II. Rather than they were taking over depots and taking all resources rather than trying to do direct attacks. And in Tai Chi and Qigong, this is the idea: is that you don't take people head on because it's pointless. It is, especially you're the big scary demons. Well, though with the big scare, like I used to, as a kid, have dreams of monsters chasing me, and then one day, this was about 9, and I realised to turn around and face him. And when I turned around and faced it, it was a little bit like the monster from the Muppet Show, if you remember, the big hairy one, the huge one. And when I faced it, it burst into tears. It said, "You're meant to be running."
Yeah.
And you know, that's my purpose. And for me, that was a trigger to what, like this whole boggy Ghostbuster thing. It's a whole trigger to know that darkness and light have a role. And when you step out of that role, they either will ignore you or they'll run away from you.
Oh, you've been muted.
Oh,
sorry, Lauren, I've got one more question here, and then we'll go back to you. You see, my issue is Journey of Awakening. I had a big transcendent experience at something called Landmark, which was a sort of a Zen big nothing experience where, you know, got a real transcendent experience of that. And that was around about 2007. And then I started going down the rabbit holes, and I saw Zeitgeist, and, you know, it was just one thing after another with the Truther movement. And what I'm noticing now with the people that are into QAnon is very often when you know, talk about Bill Gates, it's like, well, it's not going to stop until he's dead, or, you know, it's got to be death for these people. And most of it is a right-wing movement, the Q thing, even though I'm following it and I sympathize with it. There is that these people have got to die. What's your take on that?
Well, I think that it's not so much. Well, I think for me, it's not Q that's saying these people got to die. Q wants these people to be arrested and to be, you know, taken. But it's the people following Q that sees there is no good or bad, there just is. And the problem is when you're, you know, I've in the past, a dictator gets taken out, and then somebody comes in with all good intentions, and they end up dictator as well, because if you use the same system to take away one bad guy, you'll just create another bad guy. You know, like, you know, even in you know, in politics, you know, these are, you know, liberals and conservatives and all of that. While you're still fighting in that system, you're still fighting in that system.
I understand.
You can't beat that system. You need to totally change the way you do it to step forward. Now, people say that's impossible. Well, no, nothing. But people would say us staying at home for and being locked down, or, you know, that'd be impossible. That'd be the end of the world. It's happened. And if you read the hero's journey, everything has cycles, and this was meant to happen. You know, whether it was started by the good bad guys, the banana people, or the goat people, it doesn't actually matter. Is that this was meant to happen, because whatever happens, me personally, I see it going in a positive way. But whatever happens, it can't go back to what it was. There was lots of people who were dissatisfied, unhappy, and we were all starting to wake up anyway. And that's why you needed this to put us in this situation where you're at home and in your 4, 5, 6 walls, and you have to actually start facing certain truths.
The way I look at it is I think it's actually making me stronger, because I mean I do have health issues that I'm struggling with. I deal with chronic pain and a lot of the things you were talking about, and because I was quite neurotic before this thing happened, I was somebody that washed my hands a lot and everything before anyway, and what happened is that, you know, I was washing my hands so much they were getting really kind of raw and, you know, like uncomfortable. And so basically now what I'm doing is I'm doing so many things for my health now. I've ordered vitamin D, I've ordered zinc and C, I'm going out and getting lots of sun. So I'm, you know, whatever comes at us next, I'm so, you know, looking after myself now that it's got the opposite way with me. I'm just, do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going into fear. I'm wanting to build myself up as much as I can. So it's pushed me in a good direction, you know?
Yeah. I mean, Q's a good thing to look at. There's 2 other people I would say you must read, especially if you have any health conditions whatsoever. Bruce Lipton, think of the tea, Lipton tea, Bruce Lipton, Bruce Lee, Lipton tea, Bruce Lipton, and also Joe Dispenza. That one I have no idea. Dispenza, Orenza.
Further than that, I started first of all with Louise Hay. She was the beginning for me. Louise Hay and Brandon Bays. Brandon journey. I have mentors that educated me in my 20s. I mean, if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be walking around now. When I came over from Israel, I had awful IBS, the worst IBS you can imagine. And I met this incredible man called Keith Bascom in the evening. Changed my life. He was absolutely amazing. It's like a witch doctor. He was so amazing, and I didn't know what the hell he was doing. And what he was doing kinesiology with me. He was giving me masses of homeopathy and changed my diet, and within 2 weeks my IBS had gone. And he became my mentor. So with me, when it comes to the body, I had a massive awakening a long time ago, and I haven't touched medication for probably more than 20 years now, except when I broke my leg and they gave me something for that because I broke my leg and I was in hospital. But because I was given, genetically, I was given a weak body, not very strong. I shouldn't really be here. As I say, if it wasn't for and Philip Day, who taught me about apricot kernels, and how to prevent and heal cancer, and with, you know, these amazing people that obviously I was meant to live. I was meant to go on and do the things that I'm doing. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here, because genetically the body I was given was not very strong, and I didn't know anything about how you create your body. So what I'm trying to say is, when this virus thing came out, I'd been to the doctor ever for like bronchitis, everything, no antibiotics. I've been healing everything, as I say, for more than 20 years, maybe even before I met Martin. And always healed every single time. Every single time I managed to heal myself, apart from the menopause, which I still struggle with. So when this thing came out, it was like, oh, okay, then I'll do it. I'll do what somebody tells me. I'll take, if they say you've got to take colloidal silver, which I know I've healed infections, I've healed gum infections, teeth, things that dentists give you, like these things, you know, massive tablets. And I thought, okay, well, I'll do whatever they tell me. I'll take huge amounts of vitamin C, I'll take colloidal silver, black seed oil, and I'll get happy. Excuse me, I'll get happy, I'll do what I love, and that's it. And then, like Martin, my husband, started doing the same, and we became more or less vegan. We're not purely vegan, and that's it. And there was never an ounce, an atom of fear of getting sick from this thing. My intuition, my consciousness said, but you know what this is, Lauren. You've seen what happened to the bushfires in Australia. Suddenly they ended. What happened before that? We were in America twice, okay? The first time we were in America, there was a false flag where Korea was going to nuke everyone, but it was everywhere, mainstream, everywhere. You couldn't get away from it. You're going to be nuked by Korea. Trump is going to do this and whatever. Then the second time we went to America, it was all about Putin, and Putin was going to pour down clouds of biochemicals on top of everyone. And we were visitors, and it was bombarded by it. You sit for breakfast. It was all about Putin. And then after that, you had another terrorist attack, or suddenly that ended, and then you suddenly got this climate change, we're all going to die, and then you got the bushfires in Australia, and it was huge. You see, this is how my consciousness has developed. It was huge. It was huge. They were putting all these appeals everywhere, and then suddenly it's finished. And now we've got COVID. And it's like, yeah, okay. Okay, what the hell? What is going on? So what is going on, Paul? What is going on?
That's the whole point. If you step out the box and actually just say, like, had. You look all the way back to 2000s. So since the 2000s, there has been incident after incident after incident after incident. You know, there's always been this fear, and then there's this new fear and this other fear, and it's well, what's the overlying, what's the average thing? Fear. Why would media, why would government, they really push one thing, and then it's almost like a fashion, oh, this is the new craze, and then, oh, now this is the new craze.